Alright, hello, and welcome back to The Evil Within. Today, we're going to be jumping into the DLC, the assignment, then the consequence, because the consequence follows on from the assignment. And then, give or take time, probably will be next stream, we'll do the executioner. Also, I will say, due to heat at the moment, because it's supposed to be like, we've got a red warning for the next couple of days, I may not stream Tuesday, give or take the heat. Because I don't feel like I'll be in any state to be able to stream if it's as bad as they say. Like, it's already getting pretty, like, it's already pretty bad today, and it's supposed to be even worse. Like I said, this is the first red warning in UK history here.
I do. I made my choice.
So I don't think I'll stream Tuesday if the heat's as bad as they say. So just warning you guys now that there might not be a Cuphead stream Tuesday. So for this DLC, we're playing as Kidman, and we're seeing her side of the events of the base game. Now, I believe her gameplay has a more stealth-oriented element to the base games, because it introduces the enemy that stalks you that you can't kill. Yeah, the classic thing that the Resident Evil remakes have started all doing.
No blood. Or anything.
Well, like the remakes, they are doing that a lot at the moment with the invincible enemy that just stalks you throughout the whole game.
I wasn't alone.
Because I've heard that RE4 is going to have a section like that, where where there's an invincible enemy that stalks you throughout one of the levels. And RE2 remake did that with Mr. X. RE3 remake did that for half the game with Nemesis. That's Leslie. Oh god. Hello, zombie. Dude, where the fuck is my gun? Luckily, we've got high heels. Yeah, that should be your giveaway that this is not a normal guy. That would have killed a normal man. And we just got knocked unconscious from that. Now, also, when we play this game on higher difficulty, we are not going to be watching the cutscenes again, because you've already watched them. So I will be just straight up skipping the cutscenes. I'm also, preparing for the Akimbo difficulty, I am looking up a guide, as well as I'm going to be doing some practice runs. Alright, here we go. Charge information case 4576564G7. Description recording juvenile offensive case. Basically, just a record of cases of like people being arrested. Use of firearm, assault, grand theft, criminal invasive. So I'm guessing that there's some info to that, I guess. But I said, so Kidman's gameplay is more stealth oriented than the base game with Sebastian. Because I believe you don't get as many weapons that are as good, and as I said, you have the invincible enemy that will stalk you throughout the game.
Hey, where's Joseph?
I said you do still have the defense sections with Sebastian and Joseph.
Settle down, Leslie.
As Leslie.
Leslie.
Also, photosensitive warning to people watching this. You may get some headaches.
Leslie Withers.
I'm sorry?
Kid, I need you focused. I need your attention. This is a serious matter.
Who has an office this big?
Serious matter.
For no like, look how empty this place is. Who has an office this big that is this empty?
Must be proven with action. As I was
What
saying,
the
the
hell?
target is Leslie Withers. He's a patient at Beacon.
Like, this is a fucking studio apartment right here.
Simply put, we need him to run our STEM system. Without this asset, our research will mean nothing.
I don't understand. We own Beacon. Why not just take him?
Our relationship with his advisor, Marcelo Jimenez, has become rather strained. The boy is a leverage piece. Jimenez plans to activate a STEM prototype at Beacon without our permission.
Which is what he did.
Unsuitable.
And that's what trapped us in STEM with fucking Ruvik.
It will be dangerous. Come, take a walk. The nurses are waiting.
Cat. Also, why does this guy just have, like, a sofa, like, 30 feet away from his desk?
Hey there. Where did you come from?
Okay, I like how her save station is just a cat. You know what? I dig it. Oh, okay, that just brings the cat back to me. I like how you can literally just sit there and just, like, let her pet the cat. That's actually kind of cool. I like that. Also, I like how everyone's face here is, like, blurred over and, like, hard to see. Oh, God. Again, cops / secret agents here, and they can't do cardio for shit. Like, I'm fitter than these people in real life. I can at least run for more than 3 seconds before I'm out of breath. Yes, our boss. The businessman in the black
If
suit.
Jimenez activates the system, he'll be pulled in. Hopefully he doesn't. But as a precaution, we prepared an infusion to prevent contamination.
Like a vaccine? To protect me?
More accurately, to hide you. We develop STEM, but there is a ghost in the system. Something we call Rubik.
Okay, so that's why Ruvik didn't just show up to kill Kidman, like, very much. Because he literally couldn't find her.
Why send me alone?
You won't be alone. You'll be with your team from KPD. You'll get a call on the radio reporting an incident at Beacon. Everything will be arranged.
Ah, so she set us up.
Of little value. In regards to your mission, they're expendable.
Okay, so now we're seeing that Kidman set us up in the base game to head to STEM.
Come, sit down.
So I head to Beacon, so we got put in STEM.
We must have that boy. He will enable us to change everything.
I'll come back.
I need to remind you the consequences for failure. Loyalty is a sensitive subject for us. Trust is such a valued commodity in today's world. So once again, I ask you, do you stand with Mobius?
I do. I made my choice.
Now you must back up your words with actions.
That is a big fucking needle.
Do not waver. Now I'm going to count down. And when I'm finished, I'll ask you a series of questions. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now I'd like to ask you some questions. Have you ever felt abandoned by the ones you trusted?
Oh god. I don't like how big that needle is. Yeah, no, that would hurt to pull that shit out. So there's the enemy, but we haven't noticed it yet. Yep. So this creature... So remember how I mentioned in the base game every monster you run into represents something from Ruvik? That thing represents Kidman in being in the system. And like I said, we can't kill that thing. We can't beat that thing. We've got to just run and hide from it.
What's going on? Where did everyone go?
Oh yeah, here's those creepy vibes we love from these horror games. That actually reminds me though, so so I've got Resident Evil 4 now ready to play on stream for you guys. So originally I was gonna wait until the remake came out, and then I was gonna play the remake and then the original and compare the two. But there was a Steam offer that I think was just incredible value. for Resident Evil 4 for £3.74. If you ask me, that is incredible value. So I just ended up getting it, and I was like, you know what, I'll just play it now. So that way I can say I've played Resident Evil 4. That would be that creature again. As you heard, it said Leslie. So the reason that is, like I said, this thing represents Kidman because it's hunting Leslie. So I believe if you're quick enough, you can actually see it kill him.
Oh shit. What could have done this?
We know it could have done this. We saw the thing walk away. Well, the door should be open now. Blood trail in tow. Oh god. Fucking jump scares. I'm afraid that the fragile... Oh wait, it's breeding itself.
Mobius wants us to move past beacon patients and onto more stable people. They want to get STEM closer to its intended use. Would they see the world in the same way? Would a sane mind weather the psychically draining experience? I had that dream again. I entered the STEM myself.
Well, we know you actually did end up entering STEM, and then you got fucking killed.
Come here. Come here.
So eventually we do get a gun, but for now, as I said, we're going to be relying a lot on stealth. Alright, so that's what we recover health from standing still. Let us scrap. So like I said, so Kidman heals just by standing still. Hey Erica, welcome to the stream. We are playing the Evil Within DLC today. So you can, yep. Oh shit. So, as I was gonna say before that, Kidman's story relies a lot more on stealth gameplay than fighting like Sebastian. We're more stealth oriented. Though she still has like no stamina for moving. She can't stealth kill yet either, so yeah, I've literally just gotta try and dodge everything. So this is more like your standard traditional horror game. In the sense that you're basically defenseless. Okay, we gotta go the other way. Alright, in we go. Alright, there's the key card. Ah, shit. Yeah, I don't know what I was actually supposed to do there. Because I can't go back in through the vent. Oh, fuck. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I think I just figured it out. I need to hide in the locker. And then that thing will come up and kill the enemy that's trapped me in the room. So if I hide here, that thing should come up and kill him before he opens the locker. Alright, now that thing's roaming the corridor. So I just gotta hope it doesn't see me.
Agent status terminated. Authorization invalid.
What? Terminated? Maybe I can force it open with the computer.
Analyzing data.
That thing used its light.
Oh, that's us in the base game when we were trapped. And now we're back at our boss's office.
You'll hear a high-pitched noise. And then, we can't do anything to help.
What's gonna happen to me?
All I can say is that it will be unsettling. But Leslie will be in there with you. And you'll need to find him.
This is from before. Leslie. Is he really here? Leslie is here. Okay, I gotta get to him before anything else does.
Now, Leslie will be fine. He has just as much control of this place as Ruvik does. And like I said, Ruvik wants Leslie to get out. So it makes sense he won't actually have anything to try and kill Leslie. Oh, I think I get it. I can use the phone to ring the cell phone and guide the enemies out. At least I could if I knew where the phone was. Ow. Yep. That was a mistake. Alright, that should buy me time now because there's only one of them.
Come here.
Okay. There we go. Hmm. Oh, there we go.
The air feels so heavy in here.
After months of secrets, subterfuge, subterfuge and indoctrination. They brought me into their fold. This place is elaborate, to say the least. Despite the modernistic visage, the research they have been doing here seems to date back to over a century ago. This place has history, and from what I can grasp, this facility is only one branch of many. Institutions, powerful families, their reach seems grand, and therefore the possibilities for me seem equally as rich. Clearly, my own unique methods at Beacon have piqued their interest, and I am most grateful for the opportunity. Most of what the researchers have been working on, however, seems archaic by today's standards. They told me budget is of no concern. Results are the only thing that matter. Juggling duties here and at the hospital seems manageable, but Reuben, comparatively insignificant, but even at his young age, his studies are remarkable. Perhaps one day he will even assist me with my work here.
This is not a negotiation, Dr. Jimenez.
Alright, well, Ruvik's here, or at least he knows where we are.
It's my hypothesis that we haven't succeeded because so far we've only been using visuals, audio stimuli, passive influence, even on my patients with limited mental capacity. This method is rejected by the user. If we are to accomplish what we intend, we will need to refocus.
And it does make me wonder, what the fuck are they even trying to do
Access.
with this shit?
It's, how shall I say, a pet project of sorts. A mecho-chemical process. With it, we should be able to have a direct influence on the individual, potentially even access their subconscious. I have the data in the next room. Let me show you.
That video. I remember they showed me that when I was brought here.
I think it's upstairs where I need to go. Oh no, I just came from up here. Yeah, my knowledge about this DLC is very minimal at best. those are the stem beds that they put everyone in. Okay, we know that room because we had to do a semi-fight in there. And we know that as the main chamber.
This research here, this is exactly what we've been looking for. I call it STEM. I'm sure you and your superiors will find this most satisfactory.
You mentioned the design was from a pupil of yours.
I feel it's going to be a bit more puzzle-oriented as well.
Where do you fit in?
He is an unstable individual. Perhaps it is better that I continue to be the one to contact in this situation.
I'd like you to bring this man in. We should all be able to have a productive conversation. What did you say his name was?
Ruben Victoriano.
Oh, right, this is when the doctor was stealing Rubik's work. Ah, shit. That's a one-way door. Hey, Coppery. Welcome back to the stream. Doing good? Dying of heat. But other than that, doing fine. Just playing the DLC, as you can probably see.
And now those two, where are they headed?
Agent status terminated. Please contact biometrics for
Yep, we're doing Kidmens DLC. Depending how long it takes me to get through this and the second half of it, we may fit a bit of the Executioner in this stream. Though, most likely not. Odds are Executioner will have to be a different stream. That's looking at the heat's past you. It's not past us yet. Apparently tomorrow and Tuesday we've got a red warning. With, like, the first in UK history. Which is fucking scary. And I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but depending how hot it is Tuesday, I may not stream. I may prioritize my own health over that one. And I don't think anyone would blame me.
And about the others,
I told you before. Completely expendable. They have no bearing on the mission.
I mean, I'm already starting to get a headache with the heat as it is.
find Leslie and bring him back. That's all that matters.
Oh, that is actually a really cool that is actually a really cool detail. You mentioned that. It's amazing how shit like that works out, isn't it? Also, like, I would love for my name to mean Raven in something.
Please guide subject to construct facial, hand, and neural profile.
Yeah, like
Still
it's
don't think anyone's gonna help me
baffling,
out with this.
like how hot it is in the UK right now. To like, with a red heat warning, that means people will die from the heat. I don't like saying it, and it makes me worried, but it's the type of heat that actually will kill people if they're not careful. Because normally people will start to die around 35, 36 degrees, something like that. It's estimated to be 40 Monday and Tuesday.
Facial profile constructed. Matches deactivated account to kidmen. Reinstating profile.
I gotta go over here. Oh god. But yeah, nah. So fun times all around. Yeah, like it's not good. Oh, what the fuck are you?
Scanning. Please stay still until procedure is complete. Hand profile constructed. Please complete neural profile to complete authorization.
Okay, so I believe these things are basically like suicide bombers. But they also can go in vents. Yoink. Hmm. How am I gonna get through this?
Come here.
There we go. Just bait them. Now the question is, am I able to sneak past these guys? You can't. You can kind of sneak past them. Hmm. Okay. Oh, thanks. Saying that, I will actually be playing the second one on stream at some point as well. But it's good to see I inspired you to play the game again. It's always nice to hear. I actually never played the second one, but I remember hearing people say that it's actually better than the first in a lot of gameplay aspects. I've heard the characters aren't as memorable, but in terms of gameplay aspects, it's better. Like one, Sebastian actually did some cardio.
Maybe it's blind?
Oh yeah, no shit that they're blind. Yeah, I'm gonna just stay up here for a second. Yeah, I can imagine it's disorienting actually having a stamina bar. Alright, I've got to try and call him away from there. Yeah. It's one of those ones where you kind of just got to play it and see how you feel about it yourself. Hmm. Slightly tricky puzzle. Oh, hello. So I can just click... Okay, so I don't have to click on one that's lit up. Okay, that made that a lot easier than if I don't have to click... If I can click on the ones that aren't lit up. That made that a lot easier. That worked. It's... Yeah, I didn't click the right button because I didn't realize you could, You could, click the ones that weren't lit up. I thought you had to click the ones that were lit up. Yeah, exactly. Oh god, I hate these things. Yep. I was too far over. God, I hate these things. Also, like, I don't know why you expect me to be good at games. I'm a streamer. Expecting a streamer to be good at games is the same as expecting them to make, like, actual good jokes and commentary. And like that in one statement, I think I've pissed off all of Twitch. But I don't care. True, I'm not gaming journalist bad yet. That's the ideal end goal, is to get so bad at a game I can't even beat the tutorial. And then I proceed to call it the Dark Souls of insert genre here. Even though hard games existed way before Dark Souls. Oh shit! One of them got in. I didn't even notice that. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know where I'm going. Alright, these deaths are just my training montage to becoming a game journalist. Yeah, like, the thing is, hard games existed before Dark Souls. But for some reason, game journalists, just because Dark Souls was known as, well, a hard game, they're obsessed with calling almost any game that's mildly difficult the Dark Souls of insert genre here. Oh no. Like, if they wanted to compare it to anything, you'd want to compare it to the original Crash Bandicoot, like not the remake, the actual original one. If the actual or fucking Battletoads. Yeah, like, a lot of games from the really old era were very fucking difficult. And it makes some sense because they were designed to get us, like... Hey, James. Yeah, or even Zelda 2. But yeah, no, I think it's because games like that were from the era where their whole thing was to try and get as much out of you, gameplay-wise. Like old school arcade games where they would be needlessly difficult in order to get as many of your quarters or coins as they could.
Insubordination. That doesn't make any sense. Whatever. I should be able to open those doors now.
I have not heard of that challenge. Seems interesting, though. I don't know if I'll take part because I am not good at the Halos. Oh, Jesus Christ. That sounds like it sucks for them. I'm guessing Lasso is a person who created a Halo challenge in Halo 2 on a legendary difficulty. And now is like, if you can beat the challenge, I'll give you this amount of money. Yeah, see, that shit just sounds like it's trying to be stacked in the favor to make sure no one could fucking get his money. But at the same time, the reward is enough to entice people to do it. But it's also set up that you're most likely not going to win. So there's probably a thing around here that shows me how this safe's supposed to be lit up. But yeah, no, but this just seems like one of those challenges where the person like basically rigs it in a way that unless you're an absolute god at the game, you're most likely never beating it. So it's one of those. The reward is big enough that people will do it, but the actual challenge is highly rigged. Like having to beat Halo 2 on legendary difficulty of all 13 skulls deathless. That is a really difficult challenge, even for some of the best players at the game. Like I think even a professional speedrunner would struggle with doing that. And those people have learned how to break a game inside and out, whilst also bending it backwards to be their bitch. I guess that's also good, though, if it's letting people build an audience. Aha! So, top and one below it, then on the next row. Okay, I think I got it for the safe. But yeah, no, but the challenge does sound interesting. Which one? Because there's actually two series on Netflix named after Resident Evil. Are we talking about the animated one with Leon, or the one where they name dropped Zootopia porn?
Patients emerging from the stem are becoming more erratic. The pathologies seem to be amplified by the experience now. Even worse, patients now seem to experience...
I would most likely not get Overwatch 2, even if it was the best game ever, because Blizzard still has yet to clean their shit.
Even after the session
And a lot of what I've seen of Overwatch 2 is the exact same.
single patient claims to
Like, they have not changed a whole lot. Granted, they did give it you for free if you already owned Overwatch 1. You got Overwatch 2 for free. Also, going on to the, going on to the Resident Evil topic real quick. Yeah, like, me and my friend were talking about that yesterday, and it's like, you know the series has to be bad when the thing it's remembered for is mentioning Zootopia porn as canon to the RE universe. You know a series has to be bad at that point when that's the only thing people remember. Yeah, so that's one thing. But I think it's because if they didn't give it free to people who already owned the original game, when they hadn't changed a whole lot, they would have had even more outcry than they already do. But it's basically like an expansion pack more than actual, like, than an actual different game. It is literally like an expansion pack.
An error has occurred. Please wait while power is being restored.
Oh shit. I didn't know where it was coming in from.
Power restoration
Oh fuck.
at 20%.
He's gonna... Yeah, I'm dead. Like, so I don't know if I'll watch the live action one because I remember seeing the trailer and I wasn't really sold on it. Yep. So this is more on the actual horror side of the game. So basically, how this DLC works as opposed to the base game is it plays more like a game like Outlast where you can't defend yourself and you've basically got an immortal enemy that chases you that you can't kill and can and will murder you if it catches you. So you've got to rely a lot on stealthing. Also, yeah, so you haven't caught most of my Evil Within streams, James, but most of the enemies in this game are really upsetting. Like, a lot of the enemies in this game are really fucked up. But at the same time, when you know the story of this game, it makes sense why they are. Because they're all based off the mind of someone who is basically fucked up in the head. But, again, knowing the circumstances that created it, it's a weird one. This thing is just on my ass.
Power is now restored. Elevator is now in service.
Oh god, no. Get in, get in. Oh, thank god.
Keeping our facilities clean is appreciated. Our workplace is a fine place because of your support.
So, Ruvik, the guy who created these things, basically, to sum up the story of Evil Within really briefly, we are inside Ruvik's mind, basically. Don't ask me how we got there, because it's a really complicated story. but I'm going to proceed to explain it anyway, because even though I said that, I somewhat know how it works. Ruvik was a character with a ton of trauma behind him, and he was working with a doctor to do research. This research was something known as STEM. And the doctor then turned on Ruvik and hooked Ruvik's brain up to the STEM in order to activate it and operate it. And then they've been using STEM to do something. I don't fully know exactly what they're using STEM for, but they're using it for something. Then our character... Oh, speaking of, there's Ruvik. That's Ruvik.
Don't kid yourself.
So, like I said, basically, us and those two we just saw, were summoned to Beacon Hospital, which is where this was coming from. And a radio signal went out, which hooked us, which basically pulled everyone into STEM, and now we're in Ruvik's mind. On top of that, STEM is filled with all kinds of fucking abominations. But all of them are based off of Ruvik's trauma, or something about his personality. We are playing the DLC, which is following the story of one of the other characters, Kidman. So, I'm going to say now, Ruvik is not 100% a nice man. He has very little moral. But when you know the full story of what happened to him, you kind of understand how he got that way. But a big lead to it is the doctor that betrayed him, as he kind of enabled Ruvik's behavior. And basically let him get away with having no morals behind his studies. And then on top of that, the doctor then even stole his work and published it as his own after doing so. Kind of, yeah. Now, I will say, the Ruvik does get to kill the Doctor in here, because the Doctor got pulled into STEM as well. Yeah, exactly. But it's not just trauma, it's also parts about the guy's personality that come in. Yeah, we've actually got a red heat warning, the first in UK history, for tomorrow and Tuesday. So I would do whatever you can to keep cool, James, because this is the type of temperature that can and will kill people. Yeah. Also, the ending to Evil Within's a bit bittersweet as well. We're not bitter, because Ruvik actually gets out of STEM. Like, he gets a body again. But considering Ruvik's supposed to be the bad guy, it definitely means something. Yeah, definitely good luck. Alright, now we got the ability to stealth kill. Oh, this is really fucking creepy. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Yeah, I got caught off by the invisible enemy that can only be seen from my flashlight. Oh boy. Yeah, the deaths in this game are fucking brutal. Yeah, that's actually a good comparison to compare STEM to the Matrix. It's basically like a little pocket world that people get trapped in. Yeah. But to sum it up, for example, the three of the main enemies that you deal with in Evil Within 1 are the Sadist, the Keeper, and Laura. I know Laura sounds really out of place when you compare it to the other two, but like I said, all of them have a connection to Ruvik in some way. Hey, Biohazard, welcome to the stream. How you doing this fine day? I need to get a stealth kill on this fucker to get him out the way, but the problem is I can't see him half the time. I'm pretty sure he still sees me. Yeah, I really like this game as well. I am not surprised if it's on your favorite game list. One of my few gripes with this game is, for characters who are supposed to be like cops, we seem to have little to no cardio. We're playing a game. We're playing a very dangerous game of chicken right now. Oh god, I think he won the game of chicken. What? No way. He fucking caught me. I went back under. Okay, this is going to be a bit more tricky than I expected to get around this asshole. Because you can't stealth kill them unless you can see them, but you can only see them when the flashlight's on them. But if you have the flashlight on, it makes it difficult to sneak up on them because they might see the light and, like, turn around. Alright, now that I know this guy's... Where did he go? It was in front of me 1 second, then he fucking just dematerialized. Oh wait, I couldn't get the kill anyway, I didn't have an axe. Hmm. Oh god. Retreat. So I'm trying to play this somewhat strategic, considering this is a somewhat blind play. Like, I know a bit about the Evil Within, like, we played the base game, and I knew about the story and that in advance. But in terms of the DLC, I only know a few things. Like, I know it tells Kidman's side of the story throughout the base game. And I know the invincible lamp monster is supposed to be, Ruvik's thing of Kidman in this world. But I've not actually watched a playthrough of this in ages. So I don't remember half the things I'm doing right now and how I'm supposed to be doing them. Oh god. Oh, it can't come in here. Okay. I mean, I'm sure it could if it just tried. Oh, cutscene. I was about to say, this is like the fucking water monster from Amnesia. Oh god. Thank god they give you infinite ammo for this bit. Well, we heard it. Oh, now we run out of ammo. Well, at least now we have a gun.
If Leslie's down here, I doubt he'll last long. I've got to find him.
I told you before. Completely expendable. They have no bearing on the mission. If they get in the way, we know what to do.
Oh, there's Joseph.
Joseph, wait!
Okay. Ah, here we are. The top two on the left, third one on the second row, third and first on the third row, last one on the fourth row. Nice. Oh no. I know what's gonna happen here. I'm gonna grab the spark thing, and then the big guy in the tube is gonna break out. And I'm gonna have to try and sneak around him. Oh, I can just brute force it. So I don't know if he's auto aggroed on me. Or if he's just wandering about. His movement power makes me think he's auto aggroed on me, like he automatically knows where I am. There we go. Broke aggro just in time. Ah, here's a room I can go to hide in, which means, yep, we're going to be stealthing around something once we get this thing. What the f- I didn't know what was happening, I just heard a weird noise and then death. I didn't see the spikes. Okay, that door's locked. It's gotta be this one then. Rubik's fucking with the area again. Speaking of...
Come here.
There, if I stand completely still, he won't see me. Fuck! Fucking nice roundhouse kick, Kidman. I still have an axe, so I can still one-shot one of these guys if they get in my way. Quickly pull that. Alright, that buys me some time. Not a lot, but it buys me time. Ah, fuck. I got screwed by Kidman's inability to run more than 2 feet. Been roasting bead for almost 2 hours now. Nice. Hopefully it's worth it. Hoping it tastes good. Sounds nice.
Today was something truly
Yep.
surprising.
Hopefully the chili seasoning doesn't make it as hot inside as it is outside.
Patient I expected to babble and maybe even die. Patient 105, Leslie Withers. Reuben had singled him out as a useless subject, but he must have known. He knew I would read his notes. What else was Reuben lying to me about? But this Leslie, he imagined confident, calm, and able to report fully what he'd experienced inside. His unique pathology allowed him to successfully navigate his STEM experience with little repercussion. They know nothing of his existence, but no doubt he is the key. If we all share the consciousness, then with him, I too should be able to experience the STEM, potentially even suppress the more unsafe.
Very nice.
of it. With him, I can be the master of the very technology I helped create. Mobius will see my work.
It's always good when you can let something marinate in it for a while. Really get like the seasonings and juices stuck in there. Helps bring the flavor out.
Joseph, you're all right.
You too, thank God.
Any signs, Sebastian?
No.
Because I remember seeing or hearing a tip about letting meat sit in water for a bit before cooking,
Can we open
because it helps trap the juices in.
I doubt you and I are strong enough.
Joseph, watch
I'll
yourself.
be fine. Quick, look around, see if there's
Oh yeah, obviously it's very time consuming to do so. Ooh. Yeah. To be fair, cooking's a skill I feel a lot of people don't have, or they take it for granted. But more often than not, if you can learn to cook yourself, you'll be pretty set for a good while, providing you have the time to do it. Because you can make meals that taste good and are actually quite healthy for you as well. Which is slightly better than just microwave dinner number 372. But then again, the main thing with those is, so I'm going to say it right now, it's difficult to get healthy because they don't give you time. And the price of eating healthy, up more often than not. Not price, sorry. About that way. That way. But as I was saying though. Sorry, just reading your messages. But one thing I've learned is they actually make eating healthy really difficult because the ingredients are often really fucking expensive. And yeah, and you often with your job you don't have the time. No, I do not know what I'm doing. And to be honest, when it comes to me giving my opinions on shit like that, half the time I don't even know if what I'm saying it resonates with anybody. Yeah, like there's ways to get around the price, but like it can get very expensive if you want it, you know, like, and a lot of people don't have the time to do it or the money.
They've refocused the efforts of the other programs to support our research. STEM priority has seemingly overridden.
Oh yeah, it's 100% like healthier than buying the quote unquote healthy pre-made things. But yeah. Also, I never know how people take me randomly going on about shit like this on the stream, like me just giving my 2 cents on random fucking topics. Because I never know if I have like, if I have points that people don't necessarily care about, or not. And I always do worry about like when giving my opinion on things if I'm gonna piss someone off. Like, there's the times I joke about pissing people off, like when I make random statements about Twitch and shit. But when I give things about actual topics, I'm worried that I'm gonna piss people off with the topics I talk about. If that makes any sense. So I never know how people actually take that on stream.
He's feeding off you.
Yeah, but you'll be surprised how quickly your chat can turn on you if you say even one thing wrong without any context.
He doesn't suspect anything.
Like, all it takes is someone joining the chat as I say something without any context being given behind it, and they'll start a flame war somewhere.
That's not gonna help me find Leslie.
I know it's mostly not gonna happen, but you know what I mean. I'm thinking that I'm a person who naturally worries about things, and yeah, it's not healthy, but I do it.
And you're disappointing us.
But that is one of the, because that is actually one of the things I really like about streaming, is getting to talk to you guys and just give my 2 cents on things,
Sebastian,
and
maybe we can
and all
make
that.
this enough for Kidman to go under and open it from the other side.
We're counting on you.
But at the same time, I also know the internet don't exactly take differing opinions well. Oh. Oh fuck. Joseph turned again.
I'm not going to let you take him. You should have followed your orders, kid.
Oh fuck. Oh, is this like a boss fight against Joseph?
I'm going to find you and rip
This feels kind of like a boss fight against Joseph. Like, I've got to sneak around and get sneak attacks on him to do damage.
You think I'm stupid, Kidman?
Maybe.
Ow! Fuck you, Kidman! Don't run. Just let me get a clean shot. You couldn't have gone far.
I like how crazy possessed Joseph is. Oh, fuck.
Shit!
Yeah. Food prices are going up a lot nowadays. I mean, I guess the reason depends where you live, I guess. Like, over here, it's going up because they need to fund a war, fund a pointless war. And also just generally, our government likes fucking people over price-wise because they're rich. Yeah, exactly, like, they're slowly increasing the price.
I'm going to find you and rip you apart.
Oh, there he is. Alright, we brought Joseph down.
Why are you making me do this? Damn it, Joseph. You should have just stayed out of the way.
Are there sins you are ashamed of?
Yep. And as expected, Ruvik is fucking with us. Ah, yes, our pistol that has no ammo.
Wait a second. This house. No, it can't be. Mother would sit in her chair.
Agent Miss Kidman, please tell me about your family. Kidman, next subject. No, we're prolonged. Oh, yeah.
They never gave a shit.
Oh, yeah, no, gas prices are through the fucking roof at the moment.
More like a cult.
Prolonged this talk for a while now. It's important for our understanding of you.
Was good enough for them.
They never gave a shit. Too caught up in church and of theirs, more like a cult. It was like a
That's why when I
punishment.
just left, they didn't
Nothing I
care.
ever did was good
They
enough
never
for
came
them.
looking, they just gave up.
They abused you? No,
I
it
did.
was more like
A couple
neglect.
of years later,
That's why when I just left, they didn't
everyone was
care.
gone.
They never came looking.
It was like the
They
whole
just
town
gave
got
up,
and moved.
and you never went back to them.
I should have
I did a
found
couple of
something,
years later. They were gone.
but I didn't.
Everyone was gone. It was like the whole town got up and
The
moved.
same.
Should have felt
They
something,
can
but I
walk
didn't.
for all I care.
And how do you feel about it now?
It's strange though. There's a statue in the center of town. An angel with its head in its hands.
Let's see.
I used
The
to
same as
stare
they,
at it when I was
the
young.
same. They
Made
can
me
rot for all
sad.
I care. It was strange
now,
though. There's a
I feel like even that
statue in the
is
center of
powerful
town,
as
an
that.
angel with its head in its
What
hands.
a terrible
I used to just stare at it when I was young, thinking it was sad. But now I felt like even the statue knew how pitiful life was there. What a terrible place.
walking back and forth, killing time until the next service. She barely spent any time with us. I wondered why she even had children at all.
So now we're getting some insight to Kidman's backstory. Speaking of, there's the angel. Oh, we came through here when we were playing as Sebastian. This leads to the graveyard, where we fought the two giants.
Leslie! Leslie!
Speaking of, there's Leslie.
At night, I would stare up at the statue lit up in the center of town. It looked like it was crying for all the wasted life in that place. A piece of my past. STEM must be creating this.
Yep. STEM has weird powers that way. Wow. I feel like you couldn't get away with a car running on alcohol over here in the UK because no one has leftover booze over here. We have a drinking problem in the UK, and a big one. But we're also not allowed to bring up that the public have a drinking problem because it will make them feel bad that they have a drinking problem. I know it sounds incredibly contradictory. Yeah, that is the statue we break and get keys. Yes, I know it sounds super contradictory, but that's just how British politics and that works. The UK has a drinking problem, and yet we're not allowed to bring up that as a drinking problem because then the public will feel bad that they have a drinking problem. It's super contradictory. Alright, we need our emotional support kitten to help us get through this, like, trying times. Yeah. Yep. I still love that Kidman's save station is just an emotional support kitty. I still love that.
They're drawn to it. Please let it be Leslie. I've got to get to him before those things do.
But I also love that if you don't do anything, And you don't after you save, if you don't move, she just sits there petting the kitten. It's amazing. Well, shit. I do believe I was supposed to run across that. Yep. I do believe I was supposed to run across that. And then I can do that. Ah, shit. The blind guys are crawling out. And it just aggroed on me. That was just bad luck. Yep. We went get fucked haunted and then proceeded to get fucked. Haunted.
Over here. Hey!
That's it. Bit closer. Yeah. Gotta love doing that. And thank God they blew each other up. Okay, now how do I deal with this one? I don't have an axe to kill him with. Thought that worked. Oh, Jesus.
That should get them away from the gate.
Ah, I gotta ring the bell.
Help! Help! They're here! He's here!
I mean, I'm pretty sure I got them all away from the gate anyway before I even rang the bell.
Leslie, it's all right. It's safe now. You can let me in.
Safe? It's safe now?
Yeah, don't mind the mall. That's probably just around the corner.
He's here.
We finally found you. You're not hurt, are you?
Getting stronger. Can't get away.
We'll be fine, Leslie. How am I gonna get us out of here?
Church. Church.
All right, come on. Stay close to me. I'll protect you.
Still though, it's cool to know that this section of the game was based off of Kidman's trauma then. Or at least Kidman's past. I wouldn't say trauma. So that's just cool to know that this specific part of the game here is based off of Kidman's past. Oh fuck, Ruvik. So that there is showing us that Ruvik is after Leslie, but we already know that. So that might also be a subtle sign of telling us that Ruvik got Leslie in the end. As in, like, actually got into his body.
See, Leslie? We're almost there. Just a little further.
Oh, this is where the giants are.
What the hell? You've got to be kidding me. Shit. Leslie, you've got to hide. Don't come out until I call you.
I want that, like, trophy. Yeah. So I don't know which of the giants this is, but this is one of them. Okay, it's the one that doesn't use the club. Don't know where he is.
Hey! Hey!
Interesting.
I guess you could say
Interesting. Because wings spread wide shows the true form of statue in the market. It's a fucking weeping angel.
I had enough. When I knew I could survive on my own, I left and told myself I would never come back.
So the statue in the main area was a fucking weeping angel all along. Ooh. Oh, I get it. 5 came a plague. 5 plague came, taking our livestock, and with that many, took their lives. The seventh mother turned to the church, so it was etched in her mind. At 14, okay, so 14's the angel. This one's 5, so this one is the cattle. And this one is this.
Come on, the church is right ahead. It should be a little safer in there.
You say that, but it's not going to be safe, is it? Oh, but when did he get in here with us?
Damn it!
Yeah, the right reaction there, Kidman. Luckily, this guy is somewhat blind. Oh, but he caught us just as we got through the gate. Oh, Jesus. Okay, some of these kills are pretty fucking brutal. But I literally just got through the gate and he caught us as we were there.
Over here! Hey! Come here!
Okay, the closer I get to the gate before I break into a sprint, the easier chance we've got of getting out of here. Yes! We made it that time. But that explains why this guy didn't have a cutscene of leaving the cage like his brother does. Because he's already out. And it's also why it seems like he pops out of nowhere when he ambushes you. Because again, he's already out and moving. Because by this point, Sebastian would be just coming that way. And seeing us coming this way. And then being attacked by the brothers. Followed by the death dog. That explains why the brother not using the club gets the drop on you, so it's like out of nowhere, because he doesn't get a cutscene of him getting out, like his brother does. It's because he's already out because he was chasing Kidman.
It's all right. I'm here. Nothing's going to get you. You have to stay with me. There's no other way.
Oh, hello, Rubik.
What do you want with me?
It's not you he's after.
I'm just making sure you're doing your job. Just like me, I doubt they want damaged goods.
Back up! He's coming with me.
I hope so. I needn't remind you the consequences for failure. Your people aren't the only ones counting on this boy. You need him to get out. As do I.
And there's the reveal.
Their pawns, eventual victims. They killed me. They ripped me apart and took what they needed. I will destroy what they wish to control.
That's not creepy at all.
Let him go!
My vessel. I am in control.
I don't know why that sounds funny to me, just reading
I
reviews.
sense a conflict of interest. Just what was your mission exactly? Do you think their all prying eyes can't see in here? They've been watching you, kid.
Again, the further we get into this shit and the further we dive into this, the more I start to question if Rubik's actually a bad guy.
What are you doing, kid?
Like, okay, he's not a good guy, I can say that now. But it does make you wonder, like, if he's actually, like, 100% the one in the wrong here. It does start to make you question it.
I know what he's capable of. I can't let that happen.
Oh yeah, no, if a game called Lawnmower Simulator sounds like it would be the most boring thing on earth next to Paint Dry Simulator. And yet you know for a fact people would unironically buy a paint drying simulator if it's not already been made.
Not in a position to make decisions like this.
Oh yeah, no, Rubik's clearly evil.
Not acceptable behavior.
Like I said, we know that once the fire happened is when he started spiraling downhill and getting worse. But the doctor also enables him. Yeah, exactly. He's not the only evil here. Honestly, you could argue that it's after the fire is when he really began to lose it. Because it's after the fire, it's like, he gets fucking hidden from the world. He's... Oh god, we're running. But yeah, no, there are definitely other evils in this game. Rubik's not the only one, yeah. Oh, now they have cardio. When they're running from something, they have cardio. Also, if you look at the shadow of the guy chasing us, it doesn't look human. Like, at all. The shadow of the thing chasing us. But yeah, no, I do like to think that, like, after the fires when Rubik truly went off the deep end, and then the doctor fucking enabled him. Which is what got it as far as it did.
You will bring us back that boy.
Yeah, exactly. And then you add on to that, you got this doctor who's basically letting you get away with whatever you want. And even supplying you the people to do, you know, to run experiments on. And encouraging you to do what you wish with them. And you're gonna go a bit off the deep end. And then we add an extra layer of fuck you to that, with the doctor then betraying you and hooking you up to this thing. To act as a fucking battery for this world.
We can continue the experiments.
There are some things here that are to remain in the dark.
Beacon. I just
Exactly, like, is it any wonder how Rubik turned out the way he did in this
What is it you
game?
plan on doing?
It's made even worse by the fact that not only did he develop a fucking god complex from the doctor, but he also created a surgical thing that would hinder the pain, but would also like let you still feel everything. And then this fucking doctor uses that exact same thing on you while he betrays you and hooks you up to the fucking thing. And yeah, it's no fucking wonder Ruvik turned out the way he did. I think anyone would have ended up a bit not right in the head after all that. Alright, now on to the consequence. But yeah, no, so... Yes. Yes. But yeah, so... Ruvik is definitely not a good guy by any stretch of the word. Like, that much is very clear. He is as far from a good guy as you could get. But he's not 100% the villain of this fucking story either.
Do you wish to tell them, but something holds you back?
If anything, I would argue the doctor's the one, because he fucking enabled all this in the first place. As well as the guy running the organization Kidman works for, because he was funding the fucking doctor to do it. I would say those two are like probably the biggest evils in this fucking game.
Is it over? I'm back?
Don't fall for it. It's never that easy. But yeah, no, it's a weird one because in my thing from playing these games on stream for you guys, as well as generally being a writer, though, well, more as a hobby. I haven't actually written anything of proper note, but it's given me a weird thing. Yeah, basically, Ruvik is the fucking Birkin, and the doctor's the hospital or Umbrella. They enabled a monster, and then were surprised when that monster turned on them. Okay, it's not fully revealed yet. That or I'm just not close enough to get the right angle.
We must have that boy. He will enable us to change everything.
They've given me a weird, like, analytic view on games. Like, I like to, to a point where I've started analyzing villains and shit.
Ruvik leaves with him. There must be some way to stop him.
But that's the fun part to me, I think, is getting different people's point of views on villains and how they think the story turned out in games like this.
Ruvik's hate. The man's consumed by it. He wants out. Wants to get his revenge. He wants back what he feels the world took from him.
Also, speaking of like Birkin and Umbrella and Resident Evil in general, there was a really good deal today on the Steam market that I've picked up for you guys for stream, and that was Resident Evil 4 for £3.74, which, if you ask me, is an incredible deal for Resident Evil 4, considering what I've heard about it.
Don't remember her name. Regardless, the police are not something I should be involved with. Mobius says they will take care of it and make an effort to ensure KCPD leave us alone. Then there is the reporter from the Crimson Post, Ivan. Something or other. He has become a personal annoyance. He barely qualifies as a tabloid.
Ah, The Last of Us. I'm actually waiting for The Last of Us to come to PC so I can play that. Because I want to play them, but I don't have the console to play it. No, I have not played Resident Evil 4. I never got a chance to as a kid. And what I was trying to do was... I wanted to play Resident Evil 4 Remake and then play the original and compare the two. But then I saw that Resident Evil 4 was on Steam for that cheap during summer sale. I was like, alright, you know what? We're getting it. And now we've got it lined up in our library. I have heard very good things about Resident Evil 4. Like, very good. So I'm excited to play it. So we've got that lined up for either Tuesday or... Well, it most likely will be Tuesday. Because, Sunday, we've still got a bunch of Evil Within to do. And Friday, we're still doing Monster Hunter. So it'll most likely be on a Tuesday when we'll play Resident Evil 4. But I'm looking forward to doing my first playthrough of it for you guys. And then we'll play the remake when it comes out next year. 10, 3, 4. Yeah, I kind of picked up on that. It does seem like there's some stuff in this game that's inspired from RE4. Which, I mean, if you're gonna base it off anything, may as well go for one of the best horror games of all time. Again, that's actually one of the things I've seen people give RE4. Is titles of one of the best, like, horror games. Because it's still in that era of Resident Evil where they were doing horror. Oh god. Yeah, that thing is angry now because it's saying Kidman rather than Leslie. So it is angry.
People are suffering, hopeless, just as you were before we saved you. Mobius can now do the
Yeah, I noticed that as well. Like, when you first run into one of the Haunted, it very much, like, resembled the first zombie scene from Resident Evil 1. Part of me is also tempted to go play the RE1 remake for you guys on stream. But yeah, because I know 4 was at that point in Resident Evil before it went into full action, where there was still horror elements, but they were making the shift to action. To the point where the game hit a perfect balance between horror and action. Before RE5 just went fucking boulder punching, like destroy all, like, everything. Wipe out hordes of zombies with a machine gun. And then 6, we don't talk about 6.
While it is theoretically possible for a host to overwrite themselves on a user, the odds of compatibility are astronomical.
But the boy, Leslie, you're saying he's a compatible subject.
Yeah, but let me know if you guys would be interested in seeing me play Resident Evil 1 Remake on here. Because I know the 1 Remake is on Steam. so I can get it. And I know it fixes a lot of issues of the first one, as well as it adds in some new things like the Crimson Heads and Lisa Trevor,
Damn it, why would they
who's
hide
probably got one of the most tragic backstories of a Resident Evil game.
We had a STEM terminal here, on the lowest floor.
Yeah. That's it. I'll need to do some research into one because I know it's really like thing. It's really like confusing at points with the puzzles.
And that may be my way out of here.
I do feel like an RE randomizer would be fun to do one of these days. Or do one of those like mod challenges in the second one where it's like every enemy is Mr. X. Or every enemy is a licker. Or every enemy is 3 times as fast.
I can't get through with the power out. I've got to get things running again.
Thing is, I don't know how well companies like seeing you mod their game live on stream. Yeah, I definitely won't randomizer a game unless I already know it. That's the thing. I know Resident Evil 1. The reason I say I need to do some research into 1 is because 1 is got very like tricky puzzles. Like the puzzles in 1 are incredibly tricky. Ah, shit.
I can barely see anything in here. Chemical lights. Better than nothing, I guess.
Alright, this bit. Armed with just a glow stick. We've got to find our way through. Oh, fucking hell. How many of these do I have?
There must be a way to get the power back on.
Oh god, that sounds awful if you're not familiar with the game. There's something down here with me, isn't there? Not even sure that's where I'm supposed to be going.
Systems were previously shut down incorrectly. Each terminal requires manual restoration. Please be patient.
This isn't the time to make me wait.
We need our emotional support cat. So that's what I mean there. Like, if you don't move or do anything, Kidman just starts petting the kitten. Ah, it's just to take cover thing. Well, it was something interesting to grab.
Although brilliant, Ruben was quite insane. A compromise of ethics on our part. He seemed motivated, obsessed with revenge against something never specified. We discovered what he was doing in secret. Torturing, a penchant for traps. A serial killer masquerading around
Who
as a
wouldn't?
scientist.
Yeah. Very true. To be fair, even I would. And I'm allergic to cats, and even I would like pet the kitten. I'd be like, allergies be damned.
Pathways are shut down until system is rebooted. Thank you for waiting.
His demeanor has turned far too aggressive.
I'm allergic to cats, dogs, and birds.
Da Vinci would dissect
That said, I have dogs because I love dogs.
anatomical studies, but what Ruben has done,
They are incredibly lovely.
demanding his
The my allergy doesn't seem as bad for dogs as it is for cats.
truly see how the mind reacts. He's more of a butcher than an artist. But we must remain scientists above all.
Yeah, but I'm technically allergic to cats, dogs, and birds.
Justify the means, but I could not have predicted.
But my allergy for dogs is not too bad.
Mobius has learned of his involvement due to my carelessness.
I like how the criteria for best cat ever is just, it was like a dog, but he was a cat.
This machine was designed
I love it.
people like you. You took my life away.
Oh, that sounds so amazing. Like that sounds super wholesome, to be honest.
No. Ruben,
Fuck, I
this was where he
accidentally skipped the thing.
We were just using him. And I doubt he's the first.
I'm a dumbass. I actually skipped stuff. I have labradoodles. They're very fluffy, and I love them. Oh fuck, that thing. Oh god, it's raining blood. I got disoriented and it caught me. Now's not the time to run out of breath, Kidman.
Restoring security clearance. This may take a few moments.
I don't have time for this.
System ready.
Damn it.
Ah. Fair enough. Ugh. Guts all over the floor.
Oh shit, it's back.
Ah. I know that pain. I know that pain quite bad. One of my dogs also had I think they I don't remember fully what it was, but they developed some kind of cancer and it had completely eaten away their shoulder bone. And the nurse was surprised they were not howling in pain constantly.
Come on.
But in the end, as much as it pained all of us, we had to put her down because it was obvious that she was in pain. Though she never she never let on that she was in pain.
Have a productive work.
It's one of those really weird ones. She was an amazing dog, honestly, and I still miss her even now, to be honest. But I was always very close with that dog because I was the one that picked her when we went together.
Is it gone?
Yeah. To be fair, she was also getting on though. Yeah. Like, at least we had a fair good while with her before that happened. I think she was like 13 when that happened. Oh god. Uh, Sorry to hear that. To be fair, it never gets easier losing a pet. Honestly, losing them to old age is probably one of the easier ways they can go, because at least means you had a good while with them before they went. Oh fuck. Oh god, this area is disgusting.
What have you done to Reuben? Show me.
Keep your emotions out of this, Jimenez. He brought this upon himself. We gave him a chance.
Where is he?
If you really wish to know, he's in the next room. Come
Yeah, they can.
see.
Turtles can live to stupid levels of, like, age. Yes, just casually wipe out the wall of eyes. Oh god, a safe. Thing is, we say it as a joke, but we know safes aren't even safe in this game. Because of the fucking keeper. Yeah, like, safes are not our friends in this game. Everything but the middle and bottom left, okay?
This is despicable. What is this monstrosity?
Despicable? Coming from the man using his own patients to further his own research? The irony of this situation is amusing. But even you must realize what we can do with this.
This means STEM will run. We can continue the experiments.
And your assistance is even more necessary than before.
This whole project, from the beginning, it was about deceit.
Right, now I just need to find the safe this code's linked to. I said that honestly, it is just a matter of time before the fucking keeper shows up again to like start chasing us. What is with these computer screens? Oh, it's the door combination. Yep. Hmm. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I think I got it wrong. Hold on. I think that's it. No, it's the bottom two. There we go.
What you see here is one of the first STEM prototypes. It requires a physical connection from user to host. But Beacon houses a newer version with a wireless transmitter. All the user hears is a high-pitched tone, and they're connected.
Yep.
We've gotten word Jimenez is prepping for unauthorized usage. We would like the trial run to be on our terms, not his.
That sound in the patrol car must have been when Jimenez activated it. Joseph, Sebastian, Oscar, they were all pulled in with me. The stem and beacon. That's where it all started. There must be a
Yep,
way to
Bluetooth
access
stem.
from there.
Oh,
There are some things here that are to remain in the dark. Especially for you, kid. You're asking too many questions, ignoring your mission. Running from responsibility. Just like you always do.
No, that's not true. You don't know me.
That much is obvious. But we need to make sure you do what you're told.
You're lying to me, hiding things. I can't trust you. Not like this.
You are not required to trust us. Only to obey.
this guy's slowly turning into a demon the longer this goes on. Also, I like the audacity of this bitch to go, oh, we want the thing to go on our terms, not Ruvik's. When they're the ones that made Ruvik the head thing for this in the first place. And like, did they expect him to just casually go along with whatever they were doing after they trapped him in here? Fucking audastic moronness of this guy. Descending into the pits of hell.
You were assigned to your team for a reason. Castellanos, Oda, they know nothing. But they're searching for answers.
searching for us, you mean?
One of us. But this may be our
Sure
last
is
chance.
dark in here.
Having all of you in one place will provide us with opportunities.
It's almost like this organization planned to kill Kidman along with Sebastian and Joseph.
The police department. Why am I here?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this shadowy, sneaky organization, which we're just going to refer to as generic big bad organization, we're planning to kill Sebastian, Joseph, and Kidman while they were in here anyway. After they dealt with Ruvik. There's Sebastian, Joseph.
Great. Everything's going fine. Just wish my wife would be home more to take care of her.
She barely took maternity leave, huh? One of Crimson's finest, I suppose. She's a great cop in her own right, but we can manage without her for a little longer.
You should hope she doesn't hear you say that, or you'll be out in your ass, Joseph.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sure generic shadowy evil corporation number 72 would not at all think of killing one of their own agents who knows something. Clearly not. I'm sure they actually have a fucking 12 week holiday planned for her when she gets out. Yeah, and yeah, a fat stack of cash to go with it. And a beach house. Gotta love just randomly kicking doors down.
Look, Seb, we need to talk. Going off of your conspiracy theories, you're getting out of control. You don't pull that in front of the captain.
I'm onto something, Joseph. I don't need you hiding shit from me, too.
I'm not, Sebastian. I'm trying to help. I want to help. But you need to think about this carefully. Your daughter was a loss. Everyone on the force felt.
Now she just needs a lifelong supply of Mountain Dew, and she'll be set to become a Twitch streamer
When we needed each other the most, Myra...
or an MLG gamer, one of the two.
could do that. I have to know. I don't care what it costs.
His daughter, then his wife? One right after the other? No wonder he always seemed so closed off.
Julie Kidman? She barely has any experience. And we don't even know anything about her. Send her out canvassing witnesses then. Let her see the streets.
No. She's coming with us. I'm going to train her. She's my responsibility.
Look, I know you say it's personal, and I don't like to talk about it. But we can't have your misplaced guilt leading to rookies slowing us down.
Sebastian. He and Joseph weren't supposed to be involved. It shouldn't have happened like this.
Look at that, Kidman's growing a conscience. Now let's go wait for a Jiminy Cricket to appear on her shoulder.
This is Crimson. This can't be real.
A STEM prototype at Beacon.
just hope I can get there before he does.
I don't remember, but I think it's related to his wife. Because I think he let his wife go it alone, and she disappeared. Because he didn't go with her. So he feels responsible for that, especially since his wife brought up the thing of their daughter's death might not have been an accident. Which, as we know from the second one, it isn't. Or wasn't. That was a full-on body tackle to knock him off that one. And I'm pretty sure it's the same organization, these guys, that took Sebastian and his wife's daughter to act as a different project for their own version of STEM, which I believe is known as Mobius, because this one is Beacon. I believe the other one is Mobius. She was, but I think she started as a rookie. It could also just be general feeling guilt because, like, again, you know, left them alone. This shit happened. Yeah, exactly. People cope with guilt in all kinds of ways. Everyone has their own way of coping with something. Some try and do it in their actions towards other people. Some fall into a bottle. Everyone deals with coping in different ways. It's just how it goes. In Sebastian's case, he fell into a bottle, and I'm guessing became very protective of the new rookie. Not wanting a repeat, I guess. I'm just theorizing, though. I could be completely wrong.
Beacon is close. Can't stop now.
Well, here's where you'll be living. The view's pretty spectacular, huh? Holy shit. This is different than I'm used to. You saw where I grew up. The past is over. You're with us now. Here are the keys. It's yours. You'll have to take care of your own food, clothing, and incidentals. But your bank account has more than enough to take care of that. So,
Not really, no.
what am I supposed to do? Whatever you decide.
Not yet.
But your assignment at the Crimson City Police Department is precedent to everything. You are a police officer, and you must live as such, and act as such. I don't normally say this, but thank you. You shouldn't be thanking us. These aren't gifts we provide. You have a very specific assignment at KCPD, and all of this is in exchange for that. Okay, you're right. Sorry. Don't apologize. Just show us you can do your job.
Oh, okay. Ah, it's one of these again. What? Oh, I have to do it in so many. Okay, this is tricky if I have to try and light them all up with only so many to go. There we go. He says it's tricky as he proceeds to then do it on the third try. without explaining any method to the madness. Well, it wouldn't be a Twitch stream if I didn't say something then immediately contradict it with my actions a second later. It's like, oh, this boss fight's hard, proceeds to beat it on that attempt. Oh, this jump is easy, proceeds to get stuck there for an hour.
But I am thankful. I don't know what would have happened to me if you hadn't brought me in.
The mark. Looks like it might be my only way out.
Ah, that might be it. I've not seen Dexter or Haunting of Beverly Rose. So that's probably why I don't recognize the voice. Alright, I gotta go this way. I do know a bit about the premise of Dexter. Isn't it like he's a serial killer that only hunts other serial killers? Or something like that. And that brings up the vigilante discussion. Of, is it okay to kill, like, someone who's done something bad? But that's a different bag of worms I'm not getting into.
This is your last chance to prove yourself to us, kid. Don't let us down.
I will admit, there are some people that have done things that
To us.
death penalty is probably best thing to do.
Get out of my head!
But again, like, that's a topic though. Let's drop that topic there for now because I feel like that's not one Twitch would like me talking about. Oh, we're here. This is where she gets chased by a bunch of those haunted, and then Sebastian shows up. Well, we're not quite at that part yet, but you know, we're getting there.
Sebastian,
Oh, there's this fight, which was fucking awful.
I dragged you into this. What have I done?
I imagine it's not. I was just saying like the taking. I was just saying in the sense of taking law into his own hands by like killing criminals. That's what I meant. I know it's not actually about a vigilante. This is going to be an issue. Hey, now we got a gun. Ah, okay. That is interesting. That's it, get a bit closer. I see the legs.
Shit!
Yeah, I let her get too close. Okay, so if the red light's directly on you, you can't do anything. You have to run.
I'm not running this time.
Fuck. Yeah, this thing is very creepy.
find you. Or I hope he gets the message. Sebastian?
Oh yes, after this is after Sebastian saves you. You open the door to him. Yep.
If you hadn't come along.
Save it for later. There are probably more of them around.
Oh, it's this bit.
Sebastian? What is...
Sebastian temporarily turned and attacked Kidman.
She's my responsibility.
Oh, she shot at Ruvik. Interesting. So she didn't shoot at Sebastian, she shot at Ruvik. And that broke his hold for a second.
I don't want to hurt you any more than I already have.
You might try to stop me through you.
Yep, very good aim, yeah. To be fair, Kidman's a pretty good shot.
A little hasty with that gun, kid. What is it you plan on doing?
What I have to do.
No! You do what we say. You will come back with that boy, or you will disappear.
Oh, here we go again. His shadow reminds me of the presence from a Song of Horror. Which is another game I've got that I kind of want to play on stream, but I'm going to do that in during Spooky Month. But his shadow chasing you really does remind me of the presence in that game. Damn, I got stuck. Also, I have not played Song of Horror, but I know about the presence because of the trailers for the game.
We don't need your excuses, kid. You run because you're weak. You're afraid of us.
Whoa, what the fuck is that?
Oh, spider things here. Yeah, I know it's a puzzle game that has a permadeath feature, and the entity, or the presence as it's called, actually is completely random with how it acts. Like, it attacks at random, it can attack anywhere at random, and how it attacks is random, like, completely. I think there's only one or two events that are actually scripted, and I think that's, like, the first interaction with it. Oh yeah, there's some really, like... Okay, there's gonna be some tough puzzles then. If it's that type. So I'm not expecting to do very well in it then. But it's one of those games that I saw and it's like, this could be pretty good for Spooky Month. But seeing that guy's shadow just reminds me of the presence, which is the thing that tracks you in that game.
Can you discern between evil and good?
Yeah. Oh, there goes our gun. Yeah, that will happen. Because I did hear there's a lot of, like, things that will just kill you outright if you're not careful. But that's actually one of the complaints I've heard people have with the game is it's not clear which things will just auto-kill you.
Be kept here.
What's that? Maybe I can burn through it.
Slightly messed up. Yeah, like I said, that's just one of the complaints I've seen people have with the game. I haven't played it yet, so I can't say it myself.
Leslie!
But that's just the one complaint I've heard people give for that game. It is that there are some things that you interact with them and you will just straight up die. Which, given the fact that permadeath is a thing, people complain about. Because it means, unless you knew about it in advance, you could just lose a character even if you're playing perfectly.
After surviving the fire incident and subsequent abuse from his parents, it's a miracle Ruben can function at all.
Yeah, if you lose all the characters, you have to restart the chapter. But if you finish the chapter, any characters that died don't go to the next chapter, I believe.
I would say that he is obsessed with
I believe that is. Also, if the main guy who is being pursued by the presence dies, then you have to restart the chapter.
and emotionally.
Like if the main dude dies at all, since the story's around him trying to get away from it.
Incestuous level, but as long as it provides motivation,
I said I did a little bit of research before buying it to see if it was actually worth. Honestly, like I am blind in terms of story and everything. I just wanted to do a little bit of research to make sure the game was even worth grabbing before I went and bought it. You know? That's how I know that part out, because I wanted to look up a little bit of gameplay mechanics. But I know nothing about the story and shit. Except for like the small bit the game description gives, which is something to do with a music box that if you listen to it you get marked for death. And yeah, and that. Yeah, that's effectively it. It's just the main character heard the music box and now the presence was after him.
Ruvik's trying to take control of him. Maybe I can stop him.
He is my vessel. I am in control.
Yeah, I'm about to die. Cause I didn't realize there was dudes here. So I ended up running right into them. But yeah, no, there's a couple of horror games I really want to play that I'm hoping will be out by Spooky Month. Yeah, I kind of expected that. I don't know whether there's another axe though I could use to kill the other guy. Unless they only give me the one.
He is my vessel. I am in control.
Oh, as I tried to do, but this guy just turned around automatically. So I got the painting in time.
It works. Holy shit. Maybe I can stop Ruvik then.
Let's get our health back a little bit. Honestly, I think we got lucky there. Like, we got it just in time.
Leslie! Leslie, where are you?
Ooh, the kitty. And another audio tape.
The Victoriano estate yesterday. It's a vestige, a mere husk of what was bound to be such a home of promise. Mobius reaped nearly everything of value when we took on the research ourselves, but Reuben's notes indicate he was involved in something else. There were plans for
Oh yeah, if I was speedrunning it, I'd be running past everything, I reckon.
about using the
The only problem is Kidman doesn't have a lot of stamina. She has like maybe 3 seconds of sprint. So it's kind of hard to run past everything when you stop because from being out of breath every like couple of feet.
What was he planning to do with such a thing? There's only one way to find out for certain, but I must continue these experiments in private, away from their prying eyes. I really must know, lest they take this from me as well.
Yeah, 'cause it's not like Sebastian where you can upgrade the sprint. So that way it feels like he's actually a cop and not just, well, a gamer. I think speedrunners upgrade the sprint and the flashbolt on the crossbow in base game. Because the flashbolt and the shockbolt can take out entire groups of enemies whilst using minimal resources. So you can actually kill entire groups without wasting a lot of resources using the flashbolt. Because if you upgrade the flashbolt to at least like its second to final upgrade, you have enough time there to stealth kill easily up to 5 enemies in a single flash. And if that still proves to be not enough time to do it, the shock bolt puts them in a state where you can use a match to kill them immediately. So the speed that's one of the speedrun strats is upgrade stamina to sprint past enemies, and upgrade the flash bolt and shock bolt. So when you have to do the forced defense sections, you can take out entire groups of enemies easily. Yeah. Oh shit. Alright. That worked. Of course. I say this because I've been researching speedruns of this game since after I do playthrough on the highest difficulty, I do plan to try a speedrun. Well, I say speedrun. Speedruns for me are, can I beat the whole game in a single stream? Which is normally like 5 hours. So whenever I say speedrun, I mean, can I beat the game in 5 hours? Yeah. Like, those guys aren't too bad to deal with if you have enough space, because you can bait them into blowing up, which can actually wipe out a group of them, as long as you got the room to run away. Yeah, because I did the same with Resident Evil 7 and 8. After I beat them on a normal playthrough and then on their highest difficulty, I then did some research into speedruns and then did a attempted speedrun where I try and beat the game in under 5 hours.
Oh god, more of them.
I created this world.
Fuck. So close. Oh, there's a second guy? You kidding me? Alright, well, I don't think I'm going to get to it in time now. Yeah, just kill me. Nice. Yeah, I imagine part of it with the Resident Evil speedruns is preemptively knowing codes and what items are where. So you can just go and hit the ones you need. Like, for example, you know which ones have the shotgun ammo, so you can go and just hit them. Or, like, automatically knowing the codes to... Basically, preemptively knowing all the codes and puzzle solutions for the stuff probably is what saves you a lot of time. Oh my god.
You cannot keep me here.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, shotgun's probably the boss weapon. Like, you can actually get through the entirety of Resident Evil 2 without killing a single zombie, except for like the mandatory one at the very beginning. Damn it, Leslie. Yeah, it's bosses that tend to be the biggest time dumps in games like this, because you need to learn how to do them while wasting as few resources as you can get away with. Oh, it's Laura.
Leslie, no. Please don't.
Yeah, I believe the knife thing is it does 1 damage per frame. So it actually is better if you have higher frames, because then it does more damage. It's how speedrunners use the knife to just decimate the bosses.
I hope.
Not safe. Hurry! This way!
Over? I hope that
Look at us,
bastard
playing the
never
Evil
comes
Within DLC while talking about Resident Evil speedruns. Gotta love it. Yeah, but if you want to see my Resident Evil 8 or 7 speedrun, I have those uploaded somewhere. Because I tend to upload my streams as highlights. So that way they stay, so people can always come back and watch the past stuff I've done if they're interested.
No, Leslie. Not
So you can find my Madhouse playthrough of 7, as well as my Madhouse speedrun.
Yes, that's my job.
Good, good, good. When I get home, they'll be surprised.
Yeah, that sounds like a good goal.
It's not your fault.
Ah, so this is why Kidman was going to shoot Leslie, because she could see Ruvik's already got a hold of him.
You don't understand. You don't know what he'll become.
We know exactly what he'll become. That's why we need him.
You don't understand what Ruvik is after.
Ruvik is a corpse.
He's after Leslie.
And so are we. And you're more afraid of him than us?
Yeah,
Don't patronize me. I have orders, but I can't let him have this boy. Leslie is the only one who can.
And there's where Joseph dies, which hurts inside. Also, I like how Kidman's gonna say she was Sebastian. It was actually her talking to her boss. And like that, Ruvik now has his body. That said, that is something I find interesting with Evil Within 2, is that it doesn't follow through with the fact that Ruvik is out storyline, you know what I mean? Like, they don't follow through with it. Like, I know why, like, oh, Ruvik has already escaped. Because 2 follows a completely different STEM project. And here we see Leslie has now got control of this place.
Oh shit. He's too far gone. I've gotta stop him.
I guess because for Evil Within to work, it needs to take place inside the mine thing here. And I guess they couldn't do that since Ruvik is technically already out now. I'm guessing that's what it is. Yeah, exactly, because we know Ruvik gets out. That's shown to us in the ending. Like, Ruvik escapes.
Answer our questions. What are you afraid of?
Yeah, well, I mean, they hinted at the thing with his daughter and his wife in the first game, so it makes sense. But I'm surprised there wasn't more mention of Ruvik outside of, like, the statue, as you mentioned. Like, I would imagine if the second one got a DLC, it might have been around around killing Ruvik, as you said. Because we already knew about the thing of his daughter and his wife, because that actually was hinted at in the first game through the messages in the save room. Then, if they ever make it Evil Within 3 or 2 finally gets a DLC, which I highly doubt, but imagine if it did, I reckon it would be finishing Ruvik. The thing is, we know Ruvik's already too far gone at this point. If he's out, he's just gonna go continue his research and torture people. So it's not even one of those, oh, we can leave him be. It's like, no, we really can't. He will just go and make more monsters. If just left to his own devices. Yeah, so that's the way I could see it is, if they make an Evil Within 3, or they make a DLC for this, I can imagine it could go something along the lines of, that's probably what, so there probably won't be a third one, if it's sold poorly. How come it sold poorly though? Because I heard some people say the second one was good, at least gameplay wise. Yeah, yeah, probably right. Probably just made enough for the developer costs, but not enough to pursue any more of the Evil Within. Also, I don't know what I'm doing. Hmm. That's never good when the director of the first game isn't on the second one for much of it, because then you rarely ever actually get the magic back then. I see the star. Ah. Oh, I had to use this on the body.
The patients are dying when connected.
That wasn't made super clear.
What are you implying, Jimenez?
After what you did to him, now all of this is just conjecture. But it's as if Ruben's consciousness remains trapped inside STEM, and he's attacking anyone attempting to enter.
This is inexcusable. We need to get around this. We can't have come all this way for nothing.
To be fair, the DLC story is pretty good,
Well, he's not gonna get me.
but only in its short bursts, I reckon. Ah, that makes sense.
But why Leslie? What makes him special?
Leslie was not always like this. He became catatonic after a traumatic experience as a child. His family was murdered in front of him. The data would suggest that brainwave synchronization with Ruben correlates to specific trauma. In this case, Ruben's own loss of family.
This will not do. We need something else at the core. Something more acceptable to a whole range of people.
Gee, it's almost like using a fucking psychopath's brain as the core for this place was a bad idea. And wouldn't be compatible with 99% of the population. Oh yeah, four plus million copies is really good for a new horror title, especially of how overdone horror titles are nowadays. Like everyone's got a fucking horror game.
We need someone rational inside STEM. Potentially that person could neutralize Ruben. I mean, Ruvik. With my knowledge of the system, I may be of some...
Absolutely not. We can't afford you complicating this any further. We will prepare one of our own.
Sending someone inexperienced, we can't even be sure they can come back.
Then it will need to be someone expendable.
Expendable. So that's how you see me. And I trusted you.
Yeah, that is very true.
Where am I now?
Oh, now we're in the sadists den.
Sebastian was here?
I'd say The Last of Us is kind of a horror game. It's the elements are there. It's definitely a survival game. The elements are there though, like the clickers. So I feel like, yeah, with Last of Us, you can. It comes down to personal preference whether it's actually a horror game or not. Because I know the clickers add the bit of the like element because they're this enemy that literally will one shot you if they catch you, but they also only respond with sound. Oh, now we got a shotgun.
Alright, enough of this shit.
Oh yeah. This is gonna get good. Ow. Let me through. To be fair, everything two shots Kidman in this fucking thing. And because you don't have matches as Kidman, you don't have a way to make sure the enemies you shoot actually stay dead. Like, you could splatter their fucking head and they will still most likely get up. Because if you, as you know from this game, enemies don't stay dead unless you burn them properly. Like, even if you make their skull splatter. Give me plenty of shotgun rounds. How far do I have to stand for this to actually do the thing? Oh, there we go. It wasn't focused. That's gonna get me killed. Because for some reason, Kidman shot the wall. Not mad about that one at all. Nope, nothing in there worth of note. Yeah, I'm not fighting I'm not fighting the fake Ruvik. Those guys are a pain in the ass on a good day.
Very disappointing, kid. Such a simple mission, but still, you act out. Thankfully for us, there's always a backup plan. Not everything we give you is for your benefit.
The infusion. What did you put in me?
We needed to know if one of us could survive in the system. But we're not about to risk anyone of value. You were sent to carry us in with you. So here I am.
No. It's Rubik. He's making all of this.
Please, roll up your sleeve.
Whoa, now. That's a big syringe. Don't think you're putting that fucking thing in me.
Miss Kidman, you agreed to this. Don't forget that. Nothing we're doing is malicious. It's only proper protocol.
You know what's proper protocol? Telling the person getting the fucking shot where the hell she is and what's the fucking point. Ow! Damn it, that hurt. Hey guys, what the fuck? Is anyone there? Can you give me a shot? Then just let this weird video play on repeat? Some great fucking medical science you got going on in here. About damn time. Alright, can I go now?
Not right now, Miss Kidman. How are you feeling? Any headaches? Nosebleeds, perhaps?
What? No. But I do feel a little floaty. Almost like I'm underwater.
That's consistent with the effects of the compound. We just have one last part of this test to partake in. Then you will be free to go.
Sure. Go for it.
Good. I will now ask you a series of questions. You will answer them while watching the images in front of you. You will not look away from the screen. Do you understand?
Yes.
Oh, it's just like a fucking would you kindly situation.
Have you ever felt abandoned by the ones you trusted?
You gave yourself to us. You made the choice of your own free will. We were the only ones who cared. The ones who took you from your useless life. We gave you a reason to exist. And how do you thank us? By destroying our work, will you?
No point pulling the guilt card now when you've already called her expendable. I wasn't expecting to get bum rushed by enemies yet, so I was unprepared with the shotgun out. Oh, well, now I know. I'm gonna get rushed by enemies at the very end here. There's probably an achievement to fight off everyone in that room, but I'm not risking it because it could also just be an infinite spawning corridor.
You won't answer our questions. Is it out of fear? Fear is such a subtle thing. But when one experiences true fear, is when they can be controlled. They can be molded. STEM is an abortion, a machine designed on the premise of fear. But in a sense, it is perfect for what we hope to achieve. You will be the first. You will bow under this fear, or you will die. You will serve as an example for what we will become.
So basically these guys all have god complexes.
This is me. I'm connected. Just like everyone else.
Which means you probably have a person with a gun pointed to us right now. Does make you wonder, why don't the organization doing this just have a guy with a gun pointed at us while we're in here?
Sebastian, get away from him. Sebastian, listen to me. Stop. Your interests are the same as ours.
Look, I get it. You're not just some rookie detective, and this is not just some ordinary kid. You killed Joseph and you shot me. So right at this moment, that's enough reason for me not to trust you.
You're a good man. That's why doesn't matter anymore.
I imagine the radio wave is probably what initially connected them, and then they were just brought inside and hooked up properly afterwards to properly do it. That's what I'm guessing anyway. Is after the radio signal that like initially knocked them out, they were then just manually brought in. Because we know we've entered STEM the moment they heard the radio signal at the beginning in the first game. It's in the base game. We know that's the moment they entered STEM.
Leslie, stop. Leslie!
So now we see what Kidman was experiencing while Sebastian was fighting Ruvik.
You failed. We gave you an order and you failed.
No.
I think Leslie
None
was...
of this is real.
I think they had Leslie hooked up, possibly.
To believe that,
Maybe not.
but I
because we know Ruvik was after him. So I think they pulled Leslie out before, but when that signal went in, because we know the doctor did it as like a thing against these guys, it pulled everyone in, which means that Leslie got pulled back in as well.
Be very afraid.
I don't know fully how it works.
And you know the consequences for failure. We won't let you just leave us. You fulfilled what little use you have. This world is a prison for you to rot in.
Fuck you. I've had enough of this. I'll kill you right here.
That shit.
What does this world look like to you? Tell me, kid, what do you see?
That shit. It really is just Slender Man, ain't it? Oh, I think he just made the arena smaller.
You've always been a fool. Your death will prove useful for us after all.
Here's where you can like restock before the last showdown with him. Alright, let's fucking go.
Shame you'll never see what we accomplished.
Yeah, I see it. There's definitely some vibes here that feel like from Control.
You think you can run, but you're ours.
How are you supposed to dodge that? Definitely. Alright, let's go put a bullet in his head.
You think you've won, but have you? You don't know anything.
Yeah. Funny enough, Control gives you some major SCP vibes, like of all these like various things.
Are you sure enough in yourself? Sure enough to face the responsibilities of your actions?
Like Control gives you some major SCP vibes with like all the various like things in the facility. If it's the game I'm thinking of, I think it's Control. Like for example, the fridge that kills you if you look away from it. Yeah, I think it's Control, but I don't know for sure. That could also be another fun game to do on stream sometime.
Got him from here.
How long has it been?
37 minutes since the first pulse.
How did we get here?
What are you talking about?
Just give me a minute. I need to get my head straight.
Myra, we need you back here.
All right, but we've got word he wants a debriefing as soon as you get back.
That's our wife. I mean, it's cool to take influence from something. You know what I mean? It's just when you like outright copy it like piece by piece and then say it's your own is when the problem comes in. But like, it's okay to draw inspiration from something,
They didn't count
or
on
have
me.
some or have something influence
I owe
it.
you one. Welcome back to the
Especially like for example with something SCP, it's a very public thing anyway. So no one would really get on your case if you used SCP stuff in your game anyway, because it's a very public thing and publicly accepted thing anyway.
No one is.
Alright, so that was the Evil Within DLCs. Interesting story, and I do like that we got to see the game from Kidman's point of view. Some parts of the game are a little frustrating, but I think it's just because I suck. I do like that this version of the game goes more into the horror aspects by making you basically defenseless for 90% of the game, with the occasional axe, and then giving you a gun at the end to do the ending. That's all I can really say for thoughts, though. So, like I was saying, possibly no stream Tuesday due to the heat. Friday, well, again, we'll have to play it by ear. So may or may not be a stream Friday. And next Sunday, we will be doing a playthrough of Evil Within on the highest difficulty, using some tips and tricks I've learned, but you know, that should help me with my playthrough with getting through the game without as much issue. And then after we do the playthrough on that, we'll play these DLCs on that difficulty, because why the fuck not? And then we'll do the beat it in one stream thing. We won't do that with the DLCs though, because they're kind of short as it is, that you kind of can beat them in one stream anyway. So we won't do that with the DLCs, we'll only do that with the base game. Oh right, never mind, I forgot we saw the Executioner DLC, so that'll be next Sunday. And then we'll do Akuma. Also, I'm pretty sure Akuma is that a Street Fighter reference? Because I know there's the guy in it, there's the Street Fighter character Akuma, who is, I think he's like the strongest character in Street Fighter, besides except like pure good Ryu or something like that. Because Akuma is able to completely obliterate a person's soul. And in his first appearance, he literally shows up and just manhandles Bison, and then challenges you to a fight. So I wonder if the Akuma difficulty is a reference to Akuma from Street Fighter. Ah! Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Both for why the Street Fighter character is named Akuma, and why the difficulty is named Akuma. But yes, we will be doing a playthrough of Akuma, but I think next Sunday is going to be the Executioner DLC. Which I know is a bit different to what the other ones we've done, so that'll be fun to try. And the week after is when we'll do the Akuma playthrough. That said, I'll be going into the Akuma one with some better tricks and ideas of what to level. So I should be able to hold it a bit better and have better control of my supplies for it. And then, I said we'll do the DLCs on Akuma. Then we'll do base game on Akuma and try and beat it in one stream. Which is, looking at speedruns, is entirely doable. I think, yeah, because I think I've seen a speedrun that's like 3 hours of the base game on that difficulty, so it's definitely doable. Granted, I won't be able to pull off the 3-hour version, I'm not that good. But I should be able to fit it in the 5 hours. If I just, like, know what I'm doing ahead of time. Like I said, though, before I do that, I'm most likely going to do some practice runs. Just to make sure I've got the tricks and tactics down. Because that's what I did with RE8 and Resident Evil 7 Madhouse. I did a practice run. I did a few practice runs first. Just to make sure I could actually do it. And then I did it. Because I think when I did my speedrun attempt of Resident Evil Village, I literally was attempting the run all week leading up to the stream. Like, every day I did the run to make sure I had the tricks and tactics down. And to make sure I could beat it in the allotted time. On the Village of Shadows. And I think the stream itself ended up being 5 hours because I kept dying, but my actual completion time was 3 hours, which I think is quite good. So it just means the stream would, the actual run itself would have only been 3 hours if I didn't keep fucking up at the end. But to be fair, Village of Shadows mode is really unfair, as opposed to Madhouse on Village, as opposed to Madhouse in 7, Village of Shadows is really unfair. Like, to the point where the only way you're gonna evenly do it on a new game... new game. On my original playthrough, I new game plussed it, because I didn't have a grasp of tricks and tactics yet that I needed to in order to beat it. And we got stuck on that Lycan fight in the house. Yeah, the mandatory one where you have to fight that Lycan before you can do the the section where you get sieged by an army of them and the big guy. That looks like Hagrid. I got stuck against him and ended up having to New Game Plus it so that we could actually get past that and continue the playthrough. But when we did the speed run, I did it on a complete new game. And we managed to beat it in one stream. Like I said, Village of Shadows is really unfair, so there are some tactics and tricks you need to use. That said, part of me's wanted to go back to Resident Evil Village and play again. Oh, it is 100% tailored to New Game Plus. 100%. It's designed to be New Game Plus, but you can beat it in just a normal new game. It's just really hard, and you need to know some tactics, and you need to know what fights to avoid and when. Monroe is probably the hardest boss in Village of Shadows mode. As funny as that sounds. Of all the bosses in Village of Shadows, Monroe is probably the hardest. Because he is a bullet sponge, so he can take a lot of your supplies away, like a ton of them, and he can kill you really quickly with his acid rain if you're unfortunate to get caught in it. Like if he catches you in his acid rain, it's just a loss. Like, it kills you instantly, and he's a massive bullet sponge. Yeah, like, I think it took me a couple of attempts to get the strat down for Moreau, even during the stream. Because I think you need to create 5 place mines and a few pipe bombs to hit him with, to skip one of the phases. But it's really fucking tight to beat Monroe on Village of Shadows in a new game. Like, really fucking tight. Miranda's quite tough, but by that point in the game, you've got the Magnum, and the speedrun strat is literally to get the Magnum's damage fully leveled on top of the sniper rifle and sell everything else. And basically you just alternate between the Magnum and sniper and some placed mines to skip phases. So Miranda's still tough, but the strat is more doable than Monroe. Monroe, it feels like it's chance. Like, you need him to do a specific thing at specific times in order to actually beat him. But yeah, I might do another playthrough of Village of Shadows now that I'm talking about it. Show off some of the tricks that I know. Also, the first of Dimitrescu's daughters. That's another ridiculously tough fight on New Game, because it's such a small arena, and she has a lot of health. And she will kill you really quickly if you're unlucky. Like, it's... As I said, Village of Shadows just feels like the game's trying to cheese you. So you kind of have to cheese it right back. That said, though, I'm going to be signing off for now. But part of me actually, now that I've been talking about it, part of me wants to go do a Village of Shadows run again for you guys on stream. Because when I got the strat down, I actually did feel really badass pulling it off. But anyway, as I said, possible stream Tuesday, but if not, you know why, because of the heat. Same goes for Friday, we'll play it by ear. No, it's the one where you first figure out that you have to open a window. So it's the one where you shoot the window in the cutscene. That one's actually really tough compared to the other two, simply because you're in such a small enclosed space with her, and she has a lot of health for that point in the game, because of Village of Shadows, and she will two-shot you if you... Basically, if you fuck up a block, she will drop you to death's door in a single hit. So you have to perfectly block her attacks, so she doesn't completely rip your health bar apart. She also has 2 minions that spawn and will slowly make their way towards the boss room. So the longer you take, the more likely you are to just get ganked by them. And again, by that point in the fight, you won't have the supplies to deal with them and her at the same time. So yeah, it's tricky, to say the least. Anyway, with that, I'll sign off for now, so I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.